Test 1 2 3. Can you hear me? I'm quite far from the microphone actually. Ooh. Okie dokie. I have this, I have that. I think the views from the mirror, good. Let's get into it. LMGT3 fixed, LMGT fixed, and now that's the gambit. Which one do we play? I think Yerne is gonna do this race, so I'm gonna already sign up for this one and drive that. Even though there's little participation right now, but there's gonna be more because other people are probably driving that other race now. So no time to waste. Practice as well ends in 8 minutes. But that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Did the UI change maybe a little in the update? I mean the position of it? I don't think so. Maybe, but that's a stretch. Let's hope the chat works. It should. Let's hope it's not gonna lag too much, but I think it should be fine in that regard as well. Quite cloudy. away. And the prototype will be avoided. There's potential to do that time without cutting. Yay! There's no practice server for that? Come on. Unless I just do this, but I have so little experience at Le Mans. I could do this and just jump right into a race. Yeah. Screw it, we'll do it another time. I'm gonna register in the Mustang because later I think I'll want to do a setup for Heimo for that car. So no practice Le Mans. Let's see. This is gonna be interesting. Hello. yeah, it's not really risking it. It's just that I know that Yerney Simucube is streaming right now, and I know he would be doing the other race. So I just was like, hey, maybe I want to do the same race as him. But screw it, let's just do that one. I did some hot lapping here in LMP2 because I'm updating, guys, the whole LMP2 setup pack for Hymo. So entire LMP2 is gonna be updated soon. There are already setups that are uploaded for Spa, for Le Mans, for Portimao. I think for Portimao, yeah, for Portimao it's uploaded. I already did Imola. I already did Monza with really nice setups. So I still have Fuji. And what other tracks I have left? I did Bahrain. Fuji's left for me to do. Sebring for sure, but with Sebring I am really... it's gonna be tough for me to learn Sebring and get to the level where I'm satisfied with what I can offer there. But I'm gonna do the Fuji and what was the other one? I don't remember. Oh, and Kota, yeah. So Fuji and Kota are in the works. Well, how much work is it for one setup for Hymo? Like for me personally, how much work do you need to put in to do that setup? Well, it always depends what really you have to offer and how much the setup that you know that could work, that for example you figured out on another track, is gonna work in another. But I already noticed with LMP2 that I have to tweak it quite a bit. I can use like a base, right? But first of all, it was difficult for me to find a base. Then when you find a base, which will like take just experience, having experience with the car. The numbers. Screw it, I just need to drive. So once you have a base that you can work with, sure you have to tweak the setup from track to track, but it's a lot easier when you understand the car. I feel like the more I'm doing the setups, the more tracks I do, the more I understand what potential stuff I can do in a setup. It's 100 in the profiler, it's a 17 Nm wheel, and then in game my gain is at like 45 or 50, but that doesn't mean that that the game only is gonna use half of 43. Like it's still gonna go to the to 17 sometimes, but obviously very rarely it clips. Wide. 117? No, it's just 17. Did I say 117? Do I use 100% brake force? Not in LMP. Not in LMP. In GT3, yes. In hypercar, maybe, I don't remember. Okay. No. Yeah, for GT3 just full braking force, and actually brake bias needs to go a bit down. Yeah, but for straight line braking you just go full into ABS and full brake. But I did hear that riding around the edge of ABS is also best, so it's like for straight line initial braking you can slam it, but then you have to definitely finesse it around the ABS. While trade braking, for sure, like 100%. But in a straight line you can slam on it. For example, hypercar brakes are not as powerful because those cars are just made to be driven with like lift and coast anyway. So those cars don't have powerful brakes, and they also brake by regen. But you can slam on the hypercar brakes because at high speed with high downforce, even at 100% pressure in the setup, you're not gonna overpower the brakes and overpower the tires. Then you have to slowly, as the downforce peels off, you have to also go off the brakes. In LMP2 even more so. LMP2 has super strong brakes and not as much downforce as LMP. Sorry, as hypercar. Right, so it's different braking techniques for all different classes, and all different classes have tires that behave in a different way. But it always follows the same principle in the end, so I need to make sure not to invalidate the lap. Starting from the back would be... You see, look, I'm a Porsche lover, but 992 as it is right now just behaves wrong. It shouldn't behave in the way it behaves. Surely it behaves like a 911, but the problem is that it's 911S. How the fuck do I say that word? You know, its character of a 911 comes through on those tires in a way that is almost caricaturized, and it just overworks the tires and works extremely inefficiently, while a 911 in the way it works is sure maybe not optimum way how you would want especially a race car to work with the engine being at the back, but you can work with it and you can work around it, and sometimes to your benefit. While in LMU it seems like there's no benefit to it, there's only tire wear. You can like how it feels, but I think the current tires are way too floaty for the car to really benefit behavior wise and realism of it. But I heard it's gonna be addressed, so if you like it, you like it. Fair enough. Now, how the fuck do you do Indianapolis in a GT3? Maybe low brake bias there is not a good option. The tires got really hot super fast on a straight. What is the weather like? It's not that hot, but they just, through rolling resistance, I noticed at Le Mans, tires get really hot just through rolling resistance. They just rise and rise in temperature. And I need to figure out how to do the SS. Never driven a GT3 here. I did once in a wet, that one race that we streamed, that was it. That was completely different. What line to take here to not invalidate? It's gonna be hard to judge. And we only get one flyer as well. Let's see. Broke way too early. Crew is ready for pit stop. That's great message, but I don't care. That's very average. I mean, I absolutely no idea how much speed I can carry into each corner. I have a sense for it, but zero references whatsoever. I only remember LMP2 here, but it has so much more downforce and completely different tires. And that was overslowed way too much in the middle of the chicane. Yeah, Felix, I might reconsider. I did move into a streaming channel. But yeah. Felix, come join. Race with me. Words to live by. I think it's gonna be a BMW fest. Most likely. I already forgot how much GT3s move around on their tire compared to that LMP2 car. Now the car is broken in its own way, but every single class of car in this game is broken in their own way. Oh, kurwa. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Ah, 3 seconds off the pace. P6. How much did I spend for a whole rig? A lot. Well, I don't remember it in Polish currency exactly, but it's gonna be like... The rig was, when I bought it, it's a SimLab GT... By the way, how many laps is the race? The race is 18 minutes, lap is 4, so it's gonna be 5 laps. And I have no idea if this lies or not about the lap count, so I'm just gonna put in more. Damn, the race starts like straight away. So the rig was like 350. Then I think that's Felix who disconnected. Then the seat was like 300. This is Sparkle Ref. Then the Simucube Sport. You can look up how much Simucube Sport is. It's Heusinkveld Sprints, and for a wheel I have Cube Control Formula Pro, the old one, the one before F Pro, and I bought it used. So I remember that one was 3K in our Cebulions. So, and there was like little shits and giggles, like I don't know, extender for the wheel, QR extension, and decals for the wheel. Oh, that actually I think I came with the wheel, I think. Second round with the ride. It adds up, I never calculated. I don't want to know. I sleep better without knowing the actual value. At the end of the day, I use it professionally, so it doesn't really matter that much in that regard, right? No, what the fuck do you mean illegal overtake? Fuck's sake, and because of that I'm gonna lose two positions. I got screwed a little bit at BMW on the inside and I didn't know what line to take. Sorry. Still loft up. Yeah. Thank you, Felix. Well, anyway, let's try to catch them up again. Hello. Those BMWs are just good in the S's. I'll take the warning, fuck it. I want to get in this slipstream on the only 0.25. Follow his line. Driving behind someone else now is annoying because like the Mustang bonnet is so fucking huge I can't see the track. And I can't see the reference that I want to understand. So I would have to drive out of memory, but I don't have any. Now don't slipstream me, man. Because we're not gonna catch the other guy then. Fair enough. Push. Oh, come on, man. Let's work together. Motor map race? What? I was the whole time in the motor map race. That's not even the button. I pressed the flasher. Yep, it's the old CV1. Good old CV1. I hope the stream is not lagging like it was on some other occasions. Stop following him because he's doing really shit lines. Shouldn't he be the... Shouldn't the yellow Mustang be the one that was higher up on the grid? I don't remember. I'll just take the cut. Screw it. I bet the default setup is some goofy detached rear roll bar like that. Okay, let's just catch P3 because BMWs are gonna probably drive away. Let's see. That guy at least is really decent in chicanes. Come on, work with me, don't go for it. Just push, let's go. And that was an oopsie. I am Maciej. This is indeed my name. Somehow sticked. For fuck's sake. Are you serious? And it gave me still points. Oh my god. Why is it just understeered? Default setups in this game are such a joke. Because those BMWs have like unlimited downforce on the default setup with decent top speed and they just don't care, they just drive away. Ford sometimes oversteers, sometimes goes into like some crazy understeer. Porsche doesn't have any downforce yet, doesn't have any turn-in yet, somehow it's still a death machine on entries, so... Where valid lap? Who cares about the valid lap? What even is a valid lap? Overrated, honestly. True. What is a lap? Just pin it in the wall. I keep following this guy's lines, his exits are bad. Apart from the chicanes, he gets decent chicanes. Now if I can engineer a way to get 0.22 of a cut, then I'm gonna finish that race without a valid lap. It's an idea. Le Mans in any car is all about experience, and I have just none. Fair play. So it is a move. Too late. What the fuck? I so don't like GT3 tires after the patch. They butcher them so much. They slide around more than fucking road cars do on some eco tires. It's horrible. 403.8. Amazing last lap. And 3 liters too much of fuel. It is what it is. Wow. That was uneventful. Well, it was eventful, but it is what it is. Yeah, so I heard. My worry is still that if they pushed this as an update, as an improvement, it's like, hey, don't worry guys, we have something cooking in the oven that we can't really talk about. But it's like, if you thought that this was an improvement, I don't trust that other thing that you're saying is gonna be that big, amazing next thing. I'm just worried, right? Prove me wrong. I'm happy for you to prove me wrong. Oh, so wait, so it's scheduled in a way that I can only do Le Mans back to back. Okay. Or I can, oh my god, I have to wait half an hour for that. I guess it's Le Mans. I guess it's time for Le Mans. Wait, no, I clicked on the wrong one. Yeah, that as well. Let's try that BMW. Let's see what it's all about. I could join practice, but that's not gonna really give me any practice. I don't give a fuck what pro drivers say. Anyone saying that, like relying, look, it's cool to get pro driver feedback and his opinions and understand what you say through the lens of real driver, and him to give you a sneak peek of like, well, data shows this and you would think this is how it behaves, but in reality, feeling wise that I get in the car is this, right? And he has that. But real drivers are dog shit at driving simulators. And I'm not saying this with exaggerations. Real drivers are dog shit at driving simulators. Majority of them, right? There are a few real drivers that use sims and are good in the sims. And yes, you can jump in with Max Verstappen argument in here, but Max is Max. He's a different breed, right? But real racing drivers are shit at simulators, especially consumer simulators like that. They don't know how to set them up. They don't know how to get the feeling out of the car. Think about it. In a real car, you're strapped into the car and it's all about the feeling. Simulators have no feeling. They are not people to give you a feedback on how simulator feels. You can't feel anything in a simulator. That's the whole point of the simulator, that it simulates it, but you're not part of the experience. You can't feel anything. But primarily the art of driving the car is being a part of it and feeling what it does and using your senses to feel out the grip. They are not fit to tell you what feels right or wrong because they cannot feel the stuff in a sim. Sim racers, on the other hand, and esport drivers, sure, we don't have the experience in the real car, but we learn and we master our profession of trying to, on a deeper level, get connected to the car and understand it on an extremely deep level of how the car behaves underneath you, even though you only see it visually. You sense a bit of it through force feedback, but all that is me knowing how to drive a car comes from a deep understanding of how the tire behaves, what I should do with that tire, various testing of this is better, this is worse, and I can develop that natural feeling and understanding of a simulator. Right? But it goes through a completely different thought process. I wouldn't use that thought process in a real car, because in a real car, I would be the part of that tire moving around, because I'm strapped into it, and suddenly I can look at the tire and the car behavior through a completely different lens, right? At the end of the day, we're both driving race cars fast, and it both require you as a driver to understand the car really well, but the way you understand it is through completely different ways of getting the feedback into you. So majority of the times, real driver feedback gives you some weird ass products like this tire right now. I mean, the current GT3 tire was like driver feedback kind of update, and GT3s just drive even worse. So yeah. Look, you are right. There are right esport drivers and there are right pro drivers. But I think it's important to let me maybe put it the other way. There are gonna be real drivers that are gonna give you certain feedback, but it's important for a developer to remember that they need to also like filter that feedback that they're giving you with understanding that their perspective is different. Look, I don't want to undermine their knowledge, their experience, and their ability to extract performance out of the car and understand how it should behave. My question is that there is a blind statement that often is made that real driver feedback is like the best because they're the only ones that drive real cars and they're the only ones that can really tell us how it feels. I think that is very bullshit and that's narrow. Forgive me if I maybe went too far trying to say that like it's completely useless, but I think the developers on their half need to do a good job of like filtering out what that feedback from the real driver actually means by understanding their perspective and where that feedback is coming from, because sometimes they say something that's not necessarily correct, like if you just listen to it one-to-one, right? But it's because it just comes from them expecting the car to behave differently because in real life they can just feel it underneath them. And they say in the sim they lack it, but they expect, well, because it's realistic, it's supposed to do something that I'm expecting, right? But it's not gonna do it because you can't feel it. And like you say, some of them are just not fit to SQV effect. Some of them are. I'm arguing more about just a blind statement of this is the way to go and this is best possible because they're the real drivers and they only have experience in real cars. That's wrong. It's so much more in the middle. So you're correct in saying that there are people who know, and there are also bad people on the esports side that look through the game in such a gamified way that they can't really understand how their real car should behave either. I get that. You are right by saying that. I'm arguing the extreme that's often just brought up. Exactly, exactly. Exactly, because a lot of like them saying it's not black and white, but people and I'm not necessarily blaming the developers here, but the public perception of that is usually that they say something definitely true because they're real drivers, right? That's not true, and the developer's way, the developer's job right here is to understand how to read their feedback, because they do say stuff that does matter and can matter. Sometimes doesn't matter, but sometimes does, and you have to understand why they're saying it and what leads them to think that way. Because sometimes you could have something that feels that technically behaves and moves around how it should, and it's simulated how it should, and the real driver will tell you, I don't feel something, something's wrong for me, right? But that could come right here from that lack of feedback that they're getting, which is just that's just inherent to a simulator being a simulator. Let's try that BMW. I'm definitely excited to try it out as well. I heard some brief stuff in the background from various sources that it should be an improvement, but we just need to wait and see. I just heard that it drives more like a tire. That's literally all I heard. I heard it's driving more like a tire. That's the one statement somewhere I heard. I don't even know from who exactly, but I heard it drives more like a real tire. Which, again, like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't really know. I'll have to try it out. I'd love to see how it behaves. Well, Yerney a lot of times talked while driving hypercar how the build-up of the like the warm-up procedure that they do for qualifying right now is broken, right? So they're most likely to work on that. But that's just talking about thermodynamics of the tire, not necessarily how it behaves in terms of flexing and how it flexes, and then how that sidewall movement and flexing works together with the car and makes the contact patch work, right? And ultimately the car delivering the grip and rotating in a certain way. I feel right now that the car slips way too much past after already the contact patch already flexed and the car leaned into the corner and the contact patch starts sliding and it gets in a slip angle, and then you can go past that slip angle and the grip fall off at that point doesn't really happen. So I'm expecting that to be back off again, so the grip falls off sooner. And it's not that I'd like to see you not being able to push the tire, not in a way that you can't play with a tire, but you can't push the tire past what it would feel is already its peak slip angle, and then you go past the peak slip angle which already is feeling like, yeah, the grip is decreasing, but it makes still the car rotate in a efficient way. So the tire still delivers tremendous amount of grip past its slip angle, and because it doesn't fall off too much, you can abuse it, because you can just rotate the car on the tire. But because it was smoothened out the last time around, that entire process is done in like extremely vague and dampened, smoothened out way from the beginning, from the center, and it like floats into that slip angle. Yeah. Oh shit, I should change gear. Well, the problem is that the change that was done last time around didn't really fix the sliding, but it made the whole because the sliding remained how it was. Also, this lap is gonna be so fucking bad. Did I change into 6th gear this time around? The tire previously was at least a bit more defined in how whatever you do with the car changes its behavior. Right now, the tire is so undefined with its behavior, and it flows from one state to another, and because of that also it's so difficult to understand what the car underneath you is about to do. Because it was like to stop you from going from quite normal slip angle to huge slip angle, the barrier between the two was smoothened out, right? But the slip itself wasn't really backed off. So now you just float even more seamlessly into that slide. So it doesn't really feel like... I again forgot to change gear. It doesn't really feel like you're putting the car into a drift, because that's what it felt like before, because that drift was so much more defined. So now it feels way less defined as a different car state, but you slowly get into it, so it just feels like this weird sloppy thing. Okay, I need to figure out the shifting later in the race. This lap is gonna be so fucking bad, because I'm just rumbling. But hey, that's what we're here for. For the downforce of this thing compared to my Mustang. What the hell? How is that for a 1-8? What the hell? Really, that's such a dog shit lap. I already finished the quali, okay. Shame that my chat in the OBS scrolled so fast, because I would love to. You can see that I rant a lot and I state my opinions in a big huge rant, and you have to also read through it with a filter on it, you know. But I'll love to see some other stuff that was there earlier on the. Perfect podcast. Perfect podcast doesn't exist. Hold my beer. Okay, let's see.
Formation lab has started.
I'd love to have a chat about it in like different setting, which is not a race, so I can just go into a practice session rather than trying my brain to go into, I need to focus on the corner, now I can talk on a straight, focus on the corner, talk on a straight, because with my rambling it's not really possible. I just need to go into rambling mode and then I can ramble for 10 minutes straight, then we could go into a focus mode and then I stay silent for 10 minutes and just focus on the driving part. Interesting that I was just gonna say that the other car started ahead of me. Maybe I was P4? I thought I was P3. Never mind. There's no way that's gonna be legal from him. Oh, what the fuck? And I'm out of slip. Give me inside light now. Let's go. Oh, fuck's sake. Maybe I need to stay in the 5th gear here? No, surely I have to 6. Put in a 6, yeah. Yeah, that's on me. That's definitely on me, and my wheel is trying to kill me. That was fun. No suspension damage. Yeah, I'll park it. Nah, suspension damage. We are not make it. That's on me. Fuck's sake. That's it. Big mistake. Cause I thought this was 300. In my head, I thought this was 300, and here I wasn't prepared to brake whatsoever, and it's right. Because I was too focused on when we are in a train trying to figure out, and I completely missed that board. I don't remember Le Mans whatsoever because I don't race, and now I have to remember that the when the fence ends, that's 200, and when the trees are, it's already part. It's just brain malfunction, like fully on me. So I'm so sorry to the people ahead. It's unexcusable, really. Oh, the guy completely got taken out. The red one sort of survived. Here someone did amazing rejoin. Well, he could have held the brakes. The rejoin is on him. The rejoin is on him. He should have held the brakes. God, take the wheel. Because I am on the brakes, am I? That's but I mean, I'm just saying that like he could have at least not lose the rear wing and maybe slid through the gravel like me, but because he's here off the brakes, well, I guess he is missing the barrier, right? So it's a lose-lose situation for him to anyway like stop the car on like the trajectory I have. But let's be honest, like, you should hold the brakes and not just let the car slide out into a racetrack without even attempting to do anything about it. Yep, I did cause a crash. Take a Ferrari. Why Ferrari? Since the race is ongoing, I can quit and practice. We can do that. Take the Ferrari. Is Ferrari decent? Oh wait, like I cannot sign up yet for another one, but can I join practice? Oh, I can register already, okay. Is Ferrari decent here? Well, their tier error is not a problem if you're in P1, right? There are some Ferraris on the leaderboard, but it's mainly BMWs. I never driven a Ferrari. I mean, screw it, why not? No, but there is no practice session, so I can't even join the practice. Jesus. Right? Now I can. They opened them just for me. How lovely. Yeah, BMW is very easy to drive. BMW was so much more direct. Like BMW on the current tires, it doesn't feel as bad like as the Mustang, for example. Mustang on the current tires feels really weird on a racetrack like that with low downforce set, because it just floats around and moves around, and that weight moves around so much. And the Porsche, the same. Porsche is sharp, but then it gets in the slip angle, and the rear just yaws around at huge slip angles. But BMW is quite stable, and its steering is quite direct, so it just gives you that directness feeling. Okay, let's just try 5 laps. Jesus, can you like not lag? What is happening there in the background? Come on, it's daily races. There's no place for ego here. Ferrari has that weird tendency where it just wants to snap and rotate around the center, but those tires make it feel so weird because it just suddenly in the middle of the corner it gains so much rotation that comes up really smoothly and floats away into an angle where there's still grip. Right, so rather than giving you extra rotation, not necessarily a snap, but it keeps on progressing and there's still grip and still grip, so you're going with it and you get into a huge angle in the middle of the corner of throttle, and it could snap on you. Well, I can use it for rotation. One here. Well, that was grass. And that's the wall. That was really bad. This track is it's so much more annoying to learn than Nordschleife as a long track, because you just wait and wait and wait, and there's not that many corners, but you just have to wait, and opportunities to learn them just come just every so often, and you have to maximize them at the exit as well. Otherwise it's so easy to do on the straight. 100% driver error, right, obviously. It's such a simple one as well, but something that I just don't expect whatsoever, because the car in its slip angle is so weird. Sometimes just floats away in rotation. Weird. Yeah, well, that's the way, sure, but you always want to just naturally just try to push the limits to see where they are, because otherwise it's gonna be a very tedious process. Like I have 40 minutes, I can do 3 laps, and then the thing is that, like, it's not like I can push progressively more and more and more, because I have to find out how to push, not necessarily just push, right? Because different stuff is gonna just work for different cars in different ways, so I have to push to find out, is this the way to push? Maybe it's a different way to push, but because I'm pushing, I'm gonna sometimes find out, yeah, this is not the way, and then sometimes this is not the way, it's gonna end up in the crash. So just a sim racing way. But you do those 1-2 big spins when you figure out like a car track combo you've never driven. And then quickly get into the pace where you're just pushing every single lap, ironing out the mistakes without doing big ones, right? Or sometimes you do entire lap to get stuck behind someone else. No, he lets me go. But you could get stuck behind someone else, and now you can't really push through in that section, now can you? Ah, sim. It's definitely tougher to drive. can feel that mid-engine vibe. Well, we can work with that. Tough to say. I didn't drive that many of them in the game. I like Toyota so far because I just driven it quite a lot, and I'm like, yeah, it's a nice car, but I didn't drive too many of them in the game to say I like this one the most. Because the BOP right now was that whenever we did races, just either Toyota or Ferrari, and I just chose Toyota over Ferrari. So can't really say too much right now. And that's the practice. Oh, look Adidas is signed up in the BMW. And why do I now have to wait for 2 minutes for the race? Just let me practice. I mean, do you remember my quali lap? Like my look how strong BMW is, because like it's a popular event. People are doing it all over the time, right? My Mustang time will be somewhere down, right? So far behind. But on BMW lap from quali, which is like full rant mode, making mistakes, using wrong gears, not shifting up, would be like somewhere already here in top 10, right? But it was such a bad lap. It's so... Well, the thing is that they're running those practice servers in a way that I think for intermediate races, like this starts in half an hour, but I think the practice for that, I think I have to register. Yeah, practice for that runs here, right here for an hour, right? So they need to balance out when the practice server ends, so people that want to practice for a specific event can really maximize those opportunities. Like I know you need to cycle through those servers, move them for so people can that you can use that particular server to give you practice somewhere else. But just it could be balanced out a little bit better, so little annoying stuff like this can be getting rid of, right? Because I almost want to maximize the practice, then go even beyond when the server starts and there's an in-game practice, and I just want to join in like the last 30 seconds of practice, knowing the schedule, and just go into qualier, you know? Yeah, I know, but like this is a specific practice in exact conditions for the event, right? So let it be ongoing, so I can just go into practice and then get a message, event starts now, and I can know, okay, it started, there's like those 3-minute practice on the server, let me drive on the practice server, not on the actual race event server, let me drive on the practice server still for like 3 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna join straight into quali, you know? That's what I mean. Because I just practiced, the practice session ended, and then I have 2.5 minutes of doing nothing and just waiting to join another 3-minute practice that's made for people to join, and only where I can do an outlap, and then go into quali, right? So with all the procedures, I'm gonna have my last practice lap be like over 5 minutes before the actual quali. And I just want to practice, jump into the event and do the event. And the event basically starts with a quali, right? Yeah. Look, I don't think much changes need to be done here. But the timing of it just needs to be swapped, right? Because I can do that what I'm talking about, like in a hypercar session, in those advanced races, where the practice session is ongoing throughout. I know that I wanted this to be done in a way that I can have a server that practice server technically ends when the event is about to go, right? But it ends before it's about to go. Right, so it's not like it ends, and it ends because it's literally like quali to start in half a minute, so I have to join it now. But it ends like few minutes even before the event server with practice in it is gonna start, which is useless practice because it's only 4 minutes. But if you pay for subscription of that Race Control Pro, you currently do have that access to ongoing servers. Like you saw, I was able to join that other server without necessarily the event being anywhere close on the schedule. I can just click it and join the server, which not every user can do. So we can do that. It's just that the timing of when they go up and when they finish could be altered. That's what I mean. It like the smallest of changes, and there'll be a clear message when you're on the server. Hey, your session is about to start. Quit, even though the practice session is still ongoing for a bit. For those who just want to stay, right? So those who just want to stay there, well, for them it doesn't really matter at which exact time it circulates and refreshes the server, right? But for those people who do go into the races, it could be done so it's maximized, right? It's not even bad as it is right now. I just want it to be maximized, fully optimized as much as possible. Oh, fair enough. I don't really know where the track limits in the chicanes. They're pretty arbitrary. There technically is a white line, but it feels like sometimes you can go over that white line. Like here, I was surely with the outside tires past that white line. And I would like the practice server that just ended like a few minutes ago to end now, right? Just end it now. So it, or 30 seconds ago or something like that. So it just kicks me out of that, but just lets me join this straight away. Did I hit the garage on the exit? I mean, there is no damage. Also, in this event, track is green, so it's like fully very little grip. Very slidey. That's why it also feels so difficult to get confidence because there's very little grip. Even though the curbs look a bit rubbered in. There as well, it doesn't seem like the white line or a curve is the limit. It seems like that bollard is, but then the bollard is gonna be destroyed, and good luck figuring out where it actually was and where the limit is. I think. Fair enough. Let's see. Probably big changes are gonna come on 10th, so... Yeah, Ferrari does move around a lot. Technically, that's legal. Thank you, good luck to you as well, man. That car has nice rotation as you can use through that last S. Let's try to not invalidate. Yeah, it is tricky there. because the car wants to do exactly that. Like the Porsche only like the Porsche has that pendulum that wants to rotate you the whole time, but Ferrari, like that behavior suddenly comes in the middle of the corner when the car is loaded up. So you need to kind of drive preemptively, expecting it to come, and smoothly getting the inputs to the car grip up, and then the rotation comes, and you have to be ready for it. Well, it is two purple so far, but obviously third sector is completely different story. Or 007. Some BMW is for sure gonna beat that last sector, but maybe a lap is gonna stand. Yeah. But if you figure out the way this car rotates, this is so much more enjoyable than the Mustang. BMW is enjoyable in its own way, and how direct it is, and you can push the slip angle and play with it. With this one, you have to. You can't really. Well, you have to explore the slip angle, but it's not like by pushing it in a direct sense of that word, right? Because you. Let me go back to the pits because now I have fuel calculated. Oh, not anymore. I just have to assume this fuel calculation is correct. So you have to let the car smoothly on its own get into that slip angle, because the front end, when the car loads up, the front end finally bites and the rear starts letting go, and you have to let the car naturally get into that slip angle. But to extract performance out of it, you have to let it go slightly. But you're gonna let it go into that slip angle when the car is already loose, right? So you have to be prepared for it and catch it straight away. So first load it up, and as it already loads up, then it's gonna gain tremendous amount of grip mid corner, and you have to be ready for that. And if you watch that lap again, if you watch me race throughout that, watch how I'm trying to be. And because of very lack of experience as well, I'm in a way kind of tentative on the brakes and on the steering end, and you can see how I bite into the corner and I jump into the corner with the steering, like sometimes twice, because I'm not really sure how the car is gonna bite in, and I don't know if I let it go and I overdo it, then it's just gonna let go and it just snaps, right? So to avoid it, I'm very tentative on the entry, and I just kind of sometimes jump into the corners twice to just see where the balance is, and the goal is, I guess, to get more confidence, get more understanding of what the car actually is gonna do, and do it more, all of that way more smoothly, right? But underneath it, it's about waiting for that grip in the Ferrari to come to you in the middle of the corner, and then bite a lot and use that bite to rotate you before the apex. That's what you do. Let's see how it's gonna be at the start. He tried, it failed. Let's run. I don't know how BMW is in a slipstream of me. So like there on the entry, you see I just threw the car in, and then shortly after, in the middle of the corner, it rotated, then I went on the throttle, and just use that rotation very early in the corner, right after lift, to rotate the car, and I just trusted that it's gonna stick, and rotated the car there. But you have to trust it, and you have to understand where that grip is. That just comes with practice. And obviously going over curves like that, they're gonna exaggerate that behavior, so you have to be very aware when you climb the curb. It could go into that slide even more if you're in it already, right? And that's why those entries to the chicanes are quite difficult as well, because you load up the car, and then as you're catching it, on top of that it climbs the curb. So here on this occasion, I stabilized it a bit more before I climbed it. Yeah, well, I completely know who Luke is, because we raced quite a bit, so. Yeah, look, ACC is just at the end of its life. We went through it tons of times. LMU is new and exciting, and it has appeal of just new thing that's different. Not necessarily that much better in some of the areas, but it's new. And it's different, and that's what matters. Okay, cut on the inside too much. No! Oh, fucking hell. I expected to climb the curve. I knew it was a bad line, but I didn't think it would be that bad. Funnily enough, I lost little to him. That's bad. Hello. They're unique in their own way. Sometimes on a default setup, Mustang is really tricky for me. Ferrari I rarely driven, but I'm enjoying the challenge of it here. But the chicanes on this lap were horrible. I don't really know how they perform in open either, but in fixed, Ferrari I often like the challenge of it, like here at Le Mans. Mustang, sometimes it's nice, but sometimes I don't like how it feels on open setup. At Imola it was quite nice. At Spa it was... Well, Spa is always nice, because it's Spa. But here I didn't like the Mustang, it was just floating and pushing with understeer when I didn't really like it. And this oversteers where it's tricky, but I like the challenge of it. The Ferrari, I mean. BMW has so much stability and downforce through Indianapolis. Not that bad of a lap, considering mistakes. Just build on it. Oh, okay. They are basically too dense. I lost out of the last corner, so it will be like a 4:05. Not bad. Yeah, someone is attempting a Porsche, but I mean we only did 2 laps, more than 2 seconds behind. I thought I would lose more for that chicane, but I didn't. I don't know what's the way to go through the chicanes. Sometimes it just bottoms out on the curves, but I feel like you need to use the curves, and I don't know what really is the line through there. Yeah, I did hear about those Ferrari at Radio stories. Yeah, but here I was too tentative on the throttle and just understeer. I had to just push through that understeer, there's no other way. Otherwise I would lose even more by lifting. So Ferrari needs precision and delicacy to make it balance-wise work the way you want. Probably tire drop off as well at this point. They are getting quite hot just because of the trolling resistance. Let me try 5th through here. Late. Oh, I grabbed the curb on the outside and just completely fucked up. Luke is definitely struggling through the last chicane. Surprised it wasn't a cut to Trush on the inside. That's what I'm saying, the limits on Le Mans are so mysterious. I swear that like the Trush on the inside should have been invalid this time around. That was better. That was not better. I lowered bias a bit to help me rotate at low speed, but didn't really do anything. I have to move it by quite a few points. In a prototype, it always seemed like I can alter by literally a click of two brake balance behavior into the corner, and with ABS car at high ABS settings, which are currently quite efficient, you just need the big changes for that. Yeah, I try to, you see, oh, and if you lose that balance in the Ferrari, it starts just moving around so much and loses the stability. It could be like a very peculiar aero platform of the car. Being tricky to manage. Near-death experience. I really don't know where the limits are on Tetrush, because on the outside curb it also seems like you can get like tires on the curb as well, the inside ones, and it sometimes is valid, but if you get them like fully on the curb, it's not. But it should be a limit, like once you're on the curb, it's off, right? It's weird. The gaps behind me are quite huge, because P3 is 17 seconds. I mean, it's a short race, it's an 18-minute race. We're currently literally basically almost 18 minutes in. We're really enjoying this Ferrari here. Quite fun. I should have avoided that curb on the exit. Just walks against the traction. too late. Fuck. Yeah. That's why Ferrari is so up. At least I managed to stay with a 360, with a 720 actually. But... Oh, kurwa! No! Oh no! Bro! Such a ratty penalty because it was green and then as I was already braking... What? As I was already... Oh my god, this game. It doesn't really matter, in my mind I won that race. Ah, grass, okay. Because you see, the cars in this game yaw so much that I wasn't even aware that my car was here at the grass. Because like, I was expecting with my trajectory to now, I'm expecting the trajectory right here, if I start... Oh fuck, I can slow motion. I'm expecting my trajectory being still there, is like, now I'm gonna start getting, you already see, I'm already starting to steer to the other side, but the car keeps on yawing and extends that slide and it just gets into the grass and because it like floats around. I mean, it's full driver error, but it's easy to get that Ferrari get out of line a bit, and then as it slides past this point, the tires are already super hot and then they just spike with surface temperature and then just let go completely. This was really interesting way to save it though, because notice that here I spun. I tried to see if here is gonna grip up again. It doesn't because I'm still on the gravel. So I slammed the throttle right here to spin up the rears again, so it gains the momentum right here, the rotational momentum again. Because I'm trying to make another 360, and that's exactly what happens. And I straighten out. So. The save was actually really nice. It's funny. And I end up 15 because of that stupid penalty. It is what it is. I mean, I'm just on a on a mission today to lose as much rating as possible. Wait. Are you telling me that I already missed the next race because I was watching my replay? Yeah. Well, that's great. So I just watch one replay and it's scheduled in a way that I have to do it back to back to back. Damn it. Well, this one starts in 19 minutes. I could try this one rather than driving... yeah. Rather than driving Le Mans the whole time. I could try this. Let's see what other weekly races, by the way, we have coming up. So there is gonna be... Interlagos with GT3s and Oreca. And there are any special events? No. And then there's something also here which is Big Glick Energy. And it's gonna be, I guess, with Glickenhouses at Sebring. And in intermediate we have Fuji and WEC experiences at Bahrain. WEC experience could be fun. 2210. When is 2210? Oh my fucking god! In over an hour. Look, sad ending, but it's just a daily race. I had fun in the car, that's what matters. If it was like an online championship, sure, but you learn with the mistakes, right? It's annoying, sure, but I don't think it's that sad. Obviously, I should not have made that mistake, but at the end of the day, it's just a driver error that I did myself, and I paid the price. So yeah, let's just jump into something else. We did some Le Mans. BMW is omega strong there. Ferrari is also strong but very challenging. So you want to have some fun, look at the Tech Ferrari there. You also saw that moment that I had in the, was it third lap? I think it was third lap. Where in the SS I tried to enter it in 5th gear, but I just carried too much speed, and then on a transition it just got away from me. So you can see how with a Ferrari you have to be so much more precise, because otherwise you're just gonna not completely lose the car, but it's just gonna go out of balance. It's gonna start wiggling around in an uncontrolled way. While in the Mustang you can just play around with it and slide around, and it's gonna take it. It's gonna be safe, right? BMW even more so. But at least that Ferrari didn't lack rotation. At least that Ferrari had very usable rotation. So if you know how to use the car, if you know how to push it, you can balance it out, and it has the speed there. That's what the Porsche misses in this game right now. Because Porsche just rotates for the sake of rotation. It has no grip. It just boils its rear tires. And it's just very annoying to drive that way. And it doesn't have any strengths. But that Ferrari was tricky to drive. But once you understand it, it's rewarding. Because at the end of the day, you can extract performance out of it. With the Porsche right now, it's so difficult to do that. I'll let the practice session for the next one load up, and I'll take a quick break. What did you miss? Not much. We did some races at Le Mans so far. I did one in the Mustang. It was not enjoyable for me personally, but I also jumped into it with no practice whatsoever. Then I tried the BMW. BMW feels really nice on the track, but I then caused a big crash because I'm stupid. and then I tried the Ferrari, and Ferrari was really enjoyable. I was quite fast in it, relatively compared to other cars. But on the last lap, just as I was about to finish, I made a little little mistake, and I finished second, but actually 15th because I got drive-through in the last corner, and I just couldn't brake in time to avoid the penalty. So quite funny, but in my mind that was still a good performance because I enjoyed it and I got the speed out of the car. Come on, why won't you join me into the practice? Come on. Does Porsche lack speed? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I didn't drive it. Tough? Well, yeah. Well, that's why the Ferrari was tough to drive, so it was enjoyable. I lost positions, I lost rating, so you can say that stuff, but it is what it is. Well, I'm gonna gain rating somewhere else. It's just rating. Come on, just join the practice. Because I want to leave the game load and I need to take a piss. Come on. Why won't you connect me, this stupid fucking game? Oh, no, okay. Hello? It almost like wanted to do something and then it didn't. Yay! Now it's loading. Okay, be right back. Back. So you say it's a common thing, yeah? Let me get the chat here. Put my gloves back on. Sorry, I'm not holding the wheel. O kurwa. Oh fucking hell. Okay, 10 minutes. Let's figure out what's the race to drive this thing. What's the way to drive this thing? What did I even say? 1 second off. Take the exit curb because otherwise it just pushes. Yay! Oh wait, I think I was streaming through. Yeah, I forgot to change the scene, so you saw it a bit borked, not as nice looking as it should be with Oculus Mirror. But you see, this one for whatever reason was timed a lot better. I suddenly kicks me out of the practice server that ended, and I am straight away going into the session. Qualifying 5 minutes, so I can do like 4 laps, maybe. Wonder maybe not cutting is the faster way. It's just more difficult to do, but surely cutting is the faster way to do it. But it's tough to figure out when it bounces, so it lands properly after the hit. I'm struggling with that so far. What the fuck am I seeing? Okay, let's go. 4 lap, 5 minutes. Very meh, no? Will somehow go. It's not gonna last. Ah, fuck's sake. That turn 1 last time around was really sweet. Okay, one more car to go. So P2. Let's try this again. Ended up being close, but it's Paul. Just think, is my chat just really quiet from now on, or is it not working? No, the chat is just quiet. Fair enough. How many laps is it gonna be? 18 minutes? I don't know. 12 laps? 14? Someone say on the chat? No. I'll be safe. 15 laps. Oh, it's gonna be 11. Can I at this point like go back? I can.
Formation lap has started.
I didn't know if I can do that or not, so that was a big gamble. Ah, that's why Ferraris are so popular this time around.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0.
Now I see. Ha! No! Oh, fuck's sake. Almost. Well, it's just gonna make for an interesting race. Holy. Can you really do that? Textbook, one could say. Heusinkveld now. Not even gonna be a 47. Fucking god, not again. It's always nice being prepared for the races. At least you know what you're working with. It's really annoying at first, it's just so long to drive. Really push the braking this time around. But here I just can't. I can't stabilize the car. Yes, it's really good time. Did you do those times on those practice servers or in single player? Because those practice servers are, I think, very low grip. Usually they're quite high, but this time around, this week, they were low. And quality was green track. Nope, that's definitely the case with Avenue. Yeah, well, you can, but that doesn't really work. At the end of the day, you're driving a shopping cart, just move it. That Ascari I did on the last lap was really nice. I'm driving really badly and I'm pulling away, so people are really not used to driving those GTs. Also, some shenanigans behind surely happened because now there's a Porsche in P2. I don't remember any other Porsche being up there. There's many of those Ferraris, weren't it? Scary, it was really sweet on that fastest lap that they did. Really tough to match now. But it's still a 0.7 at this stage of the race. And I think we're on the last lap. Yeah. Bad turn one. I was surprised how late I could brake and already overslowed the car into the corner and then the line was completely scuffed. Yeah, but consistency will come with time. It's, you know, you feel like you're inconsistent, but the fact is that even though the laps that you feel you're doing good, you're still, let's be honest, not probably doing that good, because at the end of the day we're not that used to the game, and for now it seems like that good lap stands out from the others. But is it because like you absolutely nailed it and everything was perfect, or is it that you just kind of pushed and it just sticked, right? Because there's a difference. And right now, even with myself, I'm noticing a lot of the times that sometimes I just push and it sticks. Like that Ascari, like I knew what I did and why I did it, but it wasn't kind of, it wasn't obviously at random, but you know, it just happened. I don't know which lap it even was, right? Lap 7. But this exit was just so good. And it was all because of that Ascari. Here, the key was when the car grips up here and when the transition happens. And this transition I managed to do at the exact perfect time, because what I was aiming at to like just maybe ever so slightly graze the curb so the curb rotates you, but don't drive over it. And that's exactly what happened, and it gripped up perfectly, and I was like, yeah, the car is finally turning how I wanted to, and I got that clean exit. I think it could be even more pushed potentially on the entry with better tire, because I sacrificed the entry a bit, but I still managed to get that entry with relatively late braking. It's just that I just threw the car in and I ended up being on that good trajectory that I wanted. And then it was like turn 1 or then the next lap, like really nice or something. No, I think it was lap 6 where I got that turn 1 where I just really pushed it. It was nice. Yeah. Entry was just... I thought I'm gonna break myself. I started to like slowly going towards the corner already and trying to potentially go wide. And then it was like, oh shit, and it just stopped. So I just yeeted the steering and it just went in. 47.7, 3/10 of ERNA, but hey, he drove an R Factor his entire life. I'll take it. And I'm relatively high rank either way. So last time around we lost 15%. Now I'm gonna gain 1%. It just is how it is. Another one starts in 5 minutes. I kind of want to try it again. So now Ferraris went to the top. But only a tenth behind Brenta, and I mean, mostly it's middle. Compared to Yerne, you see Yerne did 3/10 in the middle, so it's mainly the second chicane and the Lesmos that I just don't know really how to push yet. And my lap was later in the race, while I was getting better, when the tires were getting significantly worse. Maybe not significantly, but for sure worse. And I think if you get into the zone very early into the race, you can do some really fast laps somewhere at the beginning. Let's try the Ferrari, because why the hell not? Something different. There's a lot of versions which are absolutely the same, but probably just have different names on them. Well, I could practice for 4 minutes. Yeah, that does happen. But you can definitely do those times on fresh tires. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, not really gonna do much tinkering. Let's just go out. Whoops. Need to adjust the seating position. Nope. Like that. So, something like that. Let's try the same TC for the start. Cold brakes out of the pits. I always forget. That was really weird look up that the car did. It just kind of smoothly overtook him. Swiftly. Yeah, I think I just need to shift on the red. I mean, now I was just looking at those leaderboards out of, interest to see where it stands, but I totally agree. Like sometimes there's just no need to read into it. So yeah, Ferrari has so much more entry stability. It reminds me a lot of the 488 in ACC, where the car just sticks on the entry, and then it has that nice snappiness in the middle, similar to BMW but mid-engine, where the steering is quite direct. But then the car is like almost slotting into the slip angle, but in a stable way, like it just clicks into the slip angle and for sure suddenly goes light, but in a very stable fashion and direct. Yeah, but because of that clickiness, sometimes it snaps. 296 is different. 296 is different, but the GT Ferrari, it doesn't. I mean, personally, you know, 911 is for sure more playable, but like for example, the Mustang as a stable car, I don't like, but this as a stable car, it's different. Not my kind of cup of tea. But I understand it, and there are ways to enjoy it. Okay, that's too much. I need to push it a lot more on the entries and brake bias further back again. Copy. We're gonna be a bit up against it in quali. In comparison to the previous one, because in the previous one I practiced ever so slightly more with the Porsche, so I was like lap by lap gaining more and more experience with it. And here we just need to jump in and do the lap, because the lap is only 2 laps. The quali, what the fuck am I saying? The quali is only 2 laps. Get into the lap and do the lap, because there's only 1 lap in the lap. Keep talking, mate. The guy was so astonished by my etiquette in the pit lane, he decided to let me go himself. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's on race until it isn't. It has a similar to 296 behavior. When it's loaded up, it could snap, but it's like way later into the corner, and you have to push. You would have to push it into it, because before that it is stable. It rotates like a 911, but it's stable way. Right? Obviously, it's mid-engine, the GTE car. Okie dokie. Oh, quite a lot of sun, but cloudy. But a lot of light in the car on. Okay, it went back now. Come on. Oh yeah, the pop is gonna change around quite a bit, so obviously if there is a new tire, the cars drive on the tire differently, and suddenly certain cars' characteristics make that different tire also drive differently, so and the different characteristics of the tire work better or worse with those different characteristics of different cars, right? So it could be that the tire itself, on its own with the current bob, could bring the cars closer together. It could make them further apart still, but it's gonna change it, so they need to do some decent proper testing, bob testing on their own, without relying much on without relying too much in an exact way. Oh, shit, exit. To what the current bop is, and only take it as an indication. If something has too much power, then it obviously just has too much power, right? Oh, this is so nice to push. So safe. No! Oh, damn it. Because it was a sweet lap until this point. I need to trust that the second one is just gonna stick. Oh, damn it, because this lap was really nice. At least it felt like that. I obviously had two purples. And that last chicane was also nice. Wonder what lap that could have been. Need to believe in a second one. I'm just under driving it, there's so much more. Just need to believe it. Yeah, but that's too much. close. Damn it. First lap was a lot better, this one is all over the place. 0.6. The previous one was for sure a lot better. Watch out though, not to push too much into unders here actually. But okay. I also know it's gonna be 10 laps. Unless it's gonna be 11 laps, which I don't know. So I'm gonna take 11 laps of fuel this time around again. How much liters is that? 3 liters, not gonna matter. Hello. Wait, is there a new Bob with a new patch?
Has started.
What is that sound? Oh. Need to jump the star so badly. I decided to release the brake just in case, but because of that I went deep and then locked up, but let's go. Come on. Okay. Let's try to hot lap here. Let's try to get a decent time. I wish the Aston good luck defending from the feathers. Let's see. I think currently I enjoy hypercars more. Those GTs are really fun as well. Interesting. I lost a lot there in turn 1. I think I need to drive around the curb. Turn 1 last time around was sweet. Shame I couldn't put the lap together after it. Well, most drivers drive really on triples. I'm just myself so used to a really good VR that triples doesn't do it for me, you know. But I think It's just popular enough to suggest that this is the way to go, really. As much as fun VR is, and I really like it, and I'm used to it, so I prefer it, but track limit. Well, there's something to be gained there with proper cut. I don't know how to do it yet. It's gonna be wide as well. Better back off than get another drive through. The car turns too much. It turns too well. Yeah, performance is always a factor as well, depending on just what PC you have. I wonder if Ferrari is maybe eating its tires a bit more than a Porsche. I don't know why it would be, but it feels like it maybe. The Ferrari is ever so slightly more tricky, I think, to push fully hard, because you have to understand when it's gonna start going into slip angle, because it like clicks into it, but you have to almost, because of those tires, force it to into it, but not too much, because then it snaps. And when you don't do it enough, you plow with understeer, because then there's just too much stability and you don't get into any slip angle. Or, you know, the slip angle that you would want for actual rotation. Yeah, 3060 for a good smooth VR experience. Might struggle, to be fair. Clay trace, I don't have any traction and grip in the first corner, so I think that lap just has to be hit early on. I can definitely do a 0.4, even 0.3, but early. And now if I just try to push, I do mistakes like that. I just don't have the grip that I once had to really properly push for it. I did a low 6, deeper into the race, that's okay. It's hard for me to push the entry now without getting it too understeer, but I might have overused the front tire. Because you see it's very low. It might be the problem that we're having here. Front to just bite it and rotate, you know. And if I overdo it like that, it just slides too much to then put the traction down. Oh, you know, once you just lose grip, you can't just drive around not having it. You just don't have it. Mid corner, have to over slow to wait for that tire. Still a 47 at the end, but yeah. Probably with cleaner driving, you could do, you could save that tire a lot more, but that just was that. Shame for that lap that I had with that amazing first corner. I want to see how it was on the replay. Because look at that first sector that I did. It was 0-10. It was really, really good. And then you see now the last was really bad. I couldn't find the time I mean, presumably Porsche is a lot better in last because it just rotates so much better with the front through parabolica, and you can get it pointed in the right direction through Ascari a lot faster and accelerate out of Ascari a lot better. Like, it just gripped up so well with the fronts, and then even though it slid, it still accelerated. I did something magical with the brakes here. The way it just rotated in. It gave me so much grip that time around, and then I just couldn't repeat it. Because then here it just slid. And presumably all the way to the entry, it's slower and brake heavy, because here you can see that there's a dead zone where the car is sure it's getting into the corner, and I'm sort of sliding it, but like I'm already here, but I could have been deeper, a meter or two, and that's exactly what happened here, where it was really beautiful. And then just moving, adding more and more rotation to the apex, which is really nice. And the tires were fresh, so the front just bit into the corner, and I could lean on that front right, front left. But through Ascari, for example, it's hard to. You have a lot of grip, but here you have to fight with this understeer. That doesn't let it carry that much speed through here. Same through Parabolica, you have to really wait for that rotation to come to you, and then you can try to fight on the entry if you just get really nice slide, but Porsche was dealing with that a lot better, because you didn't have to only lean on the front tire for that grip to come to you mid-corner. You could push the car in ever so slightly more, and the mid-engine characteristic, almost rear engine characteristics of a 911 was pushing it into that rotation, saving the front. P5 on the leaderboard, but you can see I was struggling with that last sector, and I just didn't hit that first. That, for example, Prenta had a really nice first corner on his lap, and to be fair, that's that. Like, my first sector isn't that bad, but it was full 10th off that other magical first sector that I did, and then last sector is where I just struggled. But I mean, 10th and a half, I threw that 10th and a half, because look, top times are 4.33, but my delta after that amazing turn 1 that I did was like 4.5, and there was more time in that lap for sure. So I could do right now on a clean lap myself 47.3, right? At the beginning of the race, if I put it all together, but it's hard for me to put it all together because I'm not fully yet in control of it. Could I do some other thing? I mean, guys, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna go and see if I could do some other stuff tonight. So that was fun. Trying to figure out some Le Mans, and the Ferrari race was definitely fun. The other two were a bit more miserable, but then also some fun here with the GTs. Decently fun cars. Really, really nice. it's a shame that those GTE tires are also broken-ish in a way, but I don't think those GT3 tires are that much of an improvement, if any. I heard a lot of people saying that that they enjoy driving the GTEs quite a lot, and I agree that GTEs, like, you could see that I couldn't go for as crazy of slides, and I had to be a bit more clean, and sure, there are situations where you can abuse them and they slide in a weird way, and I don't know how thermally they are and how it's with the degradation on them, because I haven't really driven for long races, but it's not like GT3s like suffer with different decks on different cars as well, horribly, and different cars having different temperatures, like way different temperatures. So I'm really excited to see the new tire model. I really hope they're gonna nail it this time around and be like, yo guys, we went in the wrong direction, let's do something different right now. Because from the beginning of LMU, the tire model was like, it's nice, it's different from other sims, there are stuff that's nice about it, but at the end of the day, when you start pushing it, all versions of the same tire exhibit same weird behaviors, and it's both LMP to both hypercars, GTEs, LMP, LMGT3s, all of them behave completely different, but exhibit on limit similar behaviors that you can never get rid of in this sim. And I just hope they're gonna get the tire in that you could play around with, but you have to know how to push, and you can't abuse in terms of a slip, and it makes it thermally work in a lot more coherent way, because certain cars won't overuse certain axles in a ridiculous ways. Yes, you could say it's better than iRacing, but it's broken its own way, right? iRacing is totally broken, like thermally, that you can't push the tire and you can't play with it, because the moment you start playing with it, thermals go up and the tire loses performance, right? When you should be able to play with the tire a bit. You have to drive so much more cleaner in iRacing, which is not necessarily wrong. You should drive clean, but it's like taken to an extreme, where on top of that, you cannot play with the car, not necessarily because it's gonna be slow, but then surface temperatures are gonna creep up, and suddenly you can't drive the next corner and everything falls apart, and you have to drive basically under the limit the whole time, which is not realistic. You approach it by driving cleanly, which is not necessarily wrong. You should drive cleanly, and with those cars you also should attempt to drive cleanly, but here you have to push the tire, and you have to push the tire almost to a again, unrealistic slip angle where they should be falling off, and it creates feather issues where, just like in iRacing, the feather issues are that throughout the stint, you have to basically drive the whole stint under the limit, even though it doesn't necessarily behave wrong on the limit either. It behaves sort of well until the thermals spike, and then everything falls apart. Even driving wise, because then the tire slides because of the thermal grip loss. While here, well, yes, it feels more natural how you can push through the into the slip angle, and I pointed out a lot that a lot of people think that LMU is so much better because it gives you that weird sense of like safety and weird sense of you are on the limit when you're pushing. But the problem is that there's so much more past that. You feel and you sense initially that, like, oh, I'm on the limit, but then that's the point. There's grip feather there, and you have to look for it and push through it. Even though it allows you to push into the slip angle and you feel like you're on the limit, the problem isn't that it allows you to push through it. The problem is that what you feel initially is actually not the limit. it's not that the game lets you push to the limit. You feel like it is you're pushing to the limit. You're not. In this game, the limit and where the actual usable grip in slip angle is past what you feel. That's the tricky bit about LMU, and that's what's broken. That there is grip that you can efficiently get out of the tire past its technically operating slip angle that you would feel in the force feedback, where the slip. The grip falls off at a certain slip, but it doesn't fall off fast enough. And because it doesn't fall off fast enough on both axes, you can just push through it and abuse it. It doesn't feel like it, because obviously you feel the grip going down from the peak slip angle. The point is that you have to, even though you're feeling that you're losing it, you have to push ever so slightly past it still, which is counterintuitive, because the drop off that you feel is not gonna be sufficient enough to lose you grip. It's actually gonna just give you lap time, because you're gonna rotate the car with, yes, tire operating at ever so slightly less grip, but with an efficient rotation, because the car is just yawing more, right? So you feel like you're at the grip loss, but nah, you just need to push through it, and there is grip, usable grip there. But you feel like you're losing it because you're past the actual optimum slip angle, but it's not optimum for the cars as it is right now, because the optimum slip angle where there's the most amount of grip is not gonna rotate the car in an efficient way. You're gonna rotate the car efficiently by pushing past it, because there's enough grip to still have the car drive in a stable manner, rotating at quite a ridiculous slip angle, yes, but still efficiently. And it's just too much. That needs to be backed off. And GTEs are not as much. GTEs are not as much. They are a lot more pleasing to drive than GT3s at the moment, I think. I would generally say that GTEs currently are more fun to drive than GT3s. And then it's also going back, like hypercars still have different tire model, but hypercars exhibit that weird thing where it's almost not, I don't know if it's not load sensitive enough, or it's that whenever you slip the tire in both longitudinal and lateral direction, then it very likes to lose the grip in that state. So because of that, even while trail braking, it's very difficult to get the nose dig in, because there's not enough front grip when you have sustained, when you're using sustained, not sustained, when you're using a combined grip for both braking and turning, and it seems like you can't really get the nose in. But then as you accelerate, because you're using combined grip on the rear tire, well, the rear tire lets go enough for the car to rotate extremely on the throttle. If you let me quit out of the game, I'm gonna show you some of the stuff. Now I can finally rumble without having to focus on the driving. Yay! So let me go to my screen, yeah? I'm gonna show you that way in a very goofy way. If I go, for example, to a recent hot lap I uploaded at Spa, look at Brussels, which is sure a corner or entire complex. The car has tons of stability all the way to this point, and the moment I go on the throttle, it wants to rotate straight away. Weird example, because you really are leaning on laterally on the tire, right? But into here, look, the car is quite reluctant to go in. Then I go off throttle, I even tap the brakes. The car is still quite reluctant to go in. It has tons of aerostability at this moment, and that's almost not enough to make it dig into the corner. So that lift is maybe there to adjust the line ever so slightly, but not really to change the balance of the car. And what's gonna change the balance of the car is not necessarily gonna be the weight transfer or load transfer, but it's definitely gonna be almost to an extreme. The change that happened in the slip that the tire is gonna achieve because of the inputs I'm doing and the grip that I'm asking from it. So here I'm asking for a combined grip out of rear because we're rotating the car hard. So obviously I'm leaning on both front tires and rear tires naturally, but on top of that, rear tires are gonna now start working longitudinally, and I'm gonna be able to just go on the throttle and start releasing the steering because the cars nicely start sliding with an oversteer, and the TC just works for me and controls that slide. That shouldn't be the case. The car should be able to dig into the ground and naturally rotate around its center rather than fronts being digged in but rear sliding throughout the corner and doing like a micro slide, right? Here it's gonna be beautifully accentuated because there's very low grip downhill throughout the braking, and it's almost very difficult to make it dig in, and you're just fighting understeer, and you have to wait, but then the moment you go on the throttle, look, there's so much on throttle rotation, it just rotates straight away, and you do that TC micro slide, micro correction weird thing on the exit where you're just struggling throughout the entire entry, and then on the exit you just rotate the car. And with that pushing through the slip angle, Pullman is a good example where through Pullman you just push through what feels like a tire limit, and aero just makes it stick. Look, you just go into the corner. The car almost wants to let go at some point, but then you just go on throttle and you just push through the slip angle. And you can hear the tires that are screaming, but they're just delivering the grip. And it feels like the car shouldn't turn, but it does. And yeah, I understand it's a high downforce car, so it just sticks. But considering what mechanically under that downforce the car does, it just feels a bit counterproductive. Because naturally you would, from what you're feeling in the steering wheel, you would assume, oh, there's understeer, I can't push as much into the corner, or oh, I'm going on the front, the front is sliding, I should go a bit more easy into the corner because I'm just understeering for it. Well, no, you're not. That's what you're feeling. It feels like it, but it just grips up and it goes. And then you have to work with the brakes like just on the limit, so you're almost getting like micro lockups on the rear, so it's the rotation on the entry is way easier to get out of tires sliding in a certain manner rather than the tires being loaded up in a certain manner. And it's not that driving should be about just load transfer, but it feels like it's a bit too little about it right now. So here on the entry I'm able to get into the corner like that because while sure the front is nicely loaded up and rear is unloaded, the very low brake bias allowed me to just make the car rotate like that because I locked up the rears ever so slightly. Here as well on the entry you can see how little understeer I have to fight with, because if I put the car on the right trajectory, if I know that it's gonna grip up in that way, I just go on the throttle and I release this thing throughout the corner. But it's not like I'm rotating the car less and less because there's the rotation is there constantly. I'm following quite a constant radius, and to be fair, it's the tightest somewhere around here. While I'm already releasing the steering and going on the throttle, only now I'm releasing a rotation when I have steering basically fucking straight. Yeah, because obviously at high speed the whole thing is a lot more aero driven, so then aero sensitivity of the car while you're braking and accelerating plays a bit more of a part. So then in that regard you have to work with aero sensitivity, and obviously that aero makes the tire load be even bigger, so you finally can sense some of that sensitiveness that should occur at high speed. Should occur. What the fuck is that word? I don't know. That behavior should happen at high speed, and it does to an extent. But even though you still mechanically push through it with on-throttle rotation, pushing through the slip angle, but then at low speed, like you say, that behavior accentuated, where here I have to be so patient because I just can't rotate the car, yet at high speed I still do that weird on-throttle rotation where I just wait, and then go on throttle and do that weird traction controlled slide. Like, look at this. What is that? This should be really inefficient traction, but this is just the way to apply the traction. Just straight wheel micro slide. That should not be the thing. Let me go to WEC Spa. Let's see, because they surely uploaded some of the onboards from this race, right? I'd like to watch them, just to see how some of that could have looked like. Cadillac on board, Schumacher on board, Valkyrie on board, Magnussen on board from the BMW. Nothing really from the from LMH car, but Cadillac will do. Look how on the exit, who's driving Seb Bordua. He needs to work with the throttle and work with the steering. Sure, traction control is kicking in, and he's just letting it do a job for him. But it's not like he's sliding through it, because that should cost you grip. I know that Ferrari streams onboards, but Ferrari has weird camera position. Not weird camera position, good camera position, but you can't see the steering inputs. And I want an onboard with steering inputs. Obviously, it is a lap taken quite safely. It's a lap taken actually very safely. Whoops. Nice. Actually, it's really just underdriven lap. But you can see that he's relying on the car to just dig into the corner. Then when he goes on the throttle, he ensures that the rears get traction and releases the steering only. Then it's driven extremely under the limit. But you can see that he's not pushing through the slip angle when he can't do it. It's just a practice lap to maybe scrubbing the tires or something like that. And for example, here you could see how he uses the curb to get the car turned in, and then as he feeds in the throttle, he has to control it with the steering. But it's not like he lets it go and starts sliding with it, because he knows that would be inefficient. So he has to do the correction, but then the car again gets back in line, and it's the fronts that are generating the rotation really and steering the car, right? Currently you steer so much with the rear axle in LMA Ultimate. Let's check out that Schumacher on board. Come on, tell me you're gonna push a bit more. You can see how here, aerodynamically, surely the car digs in, but the point is that here as he goes on the throttle, he still has to push ever so slightly through the understeer, and the car nicely starts rotating on the throttle. Like, look, cars do rotate on the throttle, don't get me wrong, but you can see how much more balanced it is, and it's both front axle and rear axle doing the job, and he's then opening up the steering and letting the car accelerate freely, because that's the way to gain lap time through here, right? But it's just that we do it to an extreme in pushing through the tire the way it should not be really pushed. And here as well, he lets the tire first dig into the corner, and then as later they start sliding slowly more away and away, he opens up the steering and controls that rotation. But it's a progressive natural rotation that comes in only when the tire is really working hard, and it's not really efficient then, so he has to feed in the throttle and get slowly in there. Here as well, you can see how when he goes on the throttle, No Name is downhill, right? I know it's Jackie XK, shut the fuck up. It's No Name, okay? In my head, it's always gonna be No Name. Nothing's gonna change that. When he goes on the throttle, he pushes through early stage of understeer as the front is obviously being unloaded, right? Because he went on the throttle, so the rear starts pushing. And there's none of that in LMU. It's almost impossible currently in a hypercar to go on the throttle and get a push understeer. It's literally impossible right now. And in high speed you can see how the aero just takes over, and he has to be quite safe on the entry. Look, I know we're looking at practice laps and practice sessions, they're really underdriven. But still, he has to be cautious under... on the entry, because there's high aero load going through the car, and then he is able to go on the throttle quite early and release the steering early, but it's not like he is pushing the car through the slip angle. Again, initially on the throttle, it pushed into understeer. Here as well, and you can see when it finally let go, it does snap, and you can see that the car visually starts rotating a lot more violently around its axis, but doesn't really want to accelerate, so he catches it and traction controls helps him, but it's not something that would be efficient. Obviously, the more you would be pushing to the limit, the more closer to car potentially snapping like that you would be, but not in a constant TC controlled slide with the steering basically straight. Right, and especially low speed where there's no really aero that we have to talk about, so he has to smoothly go on the throttle, open up the steering, let it dig in, and as the car digs into the ground with the rear tires and applies power, then he can fully let it out, right? Because in LMU, even under the... Actually, in LMU, because mechanically car works in such a peculiar and weird way, driving under the limit is also very weird and just not natural whatsoever. Let me actually try that. Why the hell not? Let me launch LMU once again, and I just want to go at Spa with an Alpine, for example, and try to drive it. Just for a comparison, we just saw that on board. I just want to, for my own sanity, I just want to test it, because then it would be on my mind, trying to see how it would be in a comparison like that. Whatever settings. Jesus, 18 wing settings. I mean, like, even at low speed, at peak speeds, you can just rotate the car so easily on throttle. The moment I go on throttle, even low speed, it just tightens up the radius that is following. Right? It goes into a slip on the rear so easily. This car's sound is quite crazy. I could drive somewhat under the limit like that, but this is gonna be so much off the pace. And you can see here, I'm not being the moment I went on the throttle, straight away you could see that the car just digged in. Here as well, if I go on the throttle, it starts rotating. Only here really high speed, right? Now we have aero dependent corner, and now it somewhat exhibits that understeer. And there I couldn't get the car to enter into the corner of the front end whatsoever. And when I go aggressively on throttle, it just opened up the corner so much. Jesus, the car is so jumpy. Whoopsie daisy. Even that was way too much traction control intervention, right? Low speed, to get the performance out of this tire, you have to go low traction control and let it just slide like that. Like where the hell is that grip coming from? You should not be sliding like that. Right, I can just slam it on throttle and then that rear initiates the whole thing. Here as well, I struggled with with turn-ins, so I just added throttle. Add throttle, look straight away rotates. And that Alpine is a lot more understeer car, I think, than some others. That's what I heard. At least on those stock setups. What the fuck? Braking in LMH car is a lot tougher. It's actually so slow. I spun on the exit, but because I don't really know how the car drives. But you could see I got that rear lockup. Once the rotation comes from the rear, because the rear locks up, I could be ever so slightly more patient and let that rotation come to me and actually use it. rather than slamming on the throttle like that. Because then this slide right here that I got from the rear lockup, if I wouldn't fuck it up right here, I was just too exuberant on the throttle, but I could use it and it would end up being super fast because the positioning of the car I got, like the way it's like straightened out almost already, if I would catch the slide slightly better, I can tell it would be so fast. And you have to almost figure out how to do this almost micro lockups sometimes. And it's just not the way to drive. Anyway, I fooled around too much, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'll leave it there. And yeah, see you in the next one. Let's get some more content again and going on the channel. Some other races, maybe tomorrow. Let's see. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night, guys.